All right, good afternoon, everybody. We'll call the City Council meeting of September 2nd to order. First item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you're willing and able, please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. We're now on item 2 of the agenda, our land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. We are now on item 3 of the agenda, roll call and city clerk's report. City Clerk Bell, good evening.
Good evening, thank you. Mayor Sasai.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave. Here. Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Here.
Noting for the record that Councilmember Martinez-Rubin is attending remotely under provisions of AB 2449. Councilmember Murphy.
Here.
Councilmember Toms.
Here.
City Manager Young.
Here.
City Attorney Kasher.
Here.
Deputy Clerk Stone.
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Thursday, August 28th at 3:30 p.m. with all legally required notices. Written comments were received in advance of the meeting, distributed to council and staff, posted to the website, and are available to view in the back of the chambers. I also wanted to note that there has been a minor correction made to the attachment for item 9E. A revised amendment has been made available to the council and public for review. Additionally, I wanted to announce that item 10A will be continued to the September 16th meeting. Does the council have any conflicts to report on our agenda items this evening? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Tonight we have 3 closed session items. Item 4A, conference with labor negotiators, Government Code 54957.6. Agency designated representatives are City Manager Kelsey Young, City Attorney Eric Kasher, HR Director Stacey Schell, and Finance Director Markeisha Guillory. Employee organizations are PPEA, Pinole Police Employees Association, and Management Compensation Plan, MCP. Item 4B is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Government Code 54956.9D4 in regards to national prescription opiate litigation. Item 4C is public employee performance evaluation, Government Code 54957, Title City Manager. City Clerk, do we have any public comments on item 4C?
Yes, we do. Thank you. Irma Report.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public, and I'm here to speak on the item 4C, Title City Manager's Performance Evaluation. I have great concerns over this performance, Mayor and Council, and I'm here to discuss it and let you know that on June 17th, I wrote my comments at Pinole City Council meeting regarding my concerns, item 4B, City Manager's Performance Evaluation, and I have them right here. The few items that I was concerned about is that she lacks the urgency of some of the issues that we have in the public. Minutes are not timely. I've asked for PRA requests. I'm still looking at them. They were wrong. And I am also considering checking into some of the PRAs that were given to me that weren't complete, because she's really looking out for herself and not anybody else. And just to give you an update also, if you can read the comments I made June 17th, they're all there. I'm not going to go over them. But what happened August 25th, she went on vacation for the first week. She put together and founded the first Pinole Citizens Academy with support and executive team. Waste of time because she doesn't have enough staff to do enough work and put agenda items, not televised, and held at the council chambers with limited numbers of people attending. I wanted to attend with one of my neighbors and so told, no, you don't have to, there's no room. And also she canceled the city council meeting August 19th. I want to know who authorizes her to do that. I thought it comes from the council to cancel meetings. And by the way, August 19th, which was supposed to be a council meeting, there was an Amber Schwartz birthday and honored her at the park. Her mother was there and other people who found out by accident, which I did. Shame on the city for not giving proper notice, advertisement, communication, and given to the public. Mayor and council, the city manager lacks the concern and the interest of the public. She has no idea what the city's all about. She's only been here a year, and she's done so much stuff. Read about it, see her lack of performance. It's got to improve. You need to deal with the public. When we ask for workshops, have them. When there's taxes, the idea of not answering the public's questions and concerns is of concern to me. You create your own events, your own creations, and you think that that's enough? No, dialogue, agenda items, and I've lived here over 50 years, and I'm tired. This past year has been awful. We have not progressed the city like it should be, and you know what? I'm concerned, and people have come to me. I'm going to start a citizens advisory group. Make sure that you guys are accountable to that citizens group.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, next comment, please.
That is the last comment that we have for closed session. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now reconvene into open session at approximately 7:15 p.m. Thank you. All right, good evening, everyone. The time is now 7:32, and we will now reconvene to open session. So on item 4A, there's no reportable action. Item 4B, the City Council directed the City Attorney to approve the settlement in the class action opioid litigation, and the City Attorney will provide a more substantive report after the agreement is executed and more information is available. For item 4C, there's no reportable action. We'll now move on to item 6, citizens to be heard. And City Clerk, do we have any speakers for this item?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we have quite a few. We'll start with Tracy Walker, then Anne Moriarty, John and Paula Jarvis together, and then Prim Pariyar.
Thank you.
Good evening. Mayor, Council, and distinguished staff, my name is Tracy Walker, and I want to begin by extending my heartfelt congratulations to all the graduates of the first ever Citizens Academy. This class has been an inspiring journey and a privilege to be a part of. I would like to take a moment to recognize and thank those who made this program possible: our Chief of Police, our City Manager, the Director of Public Works, the Director of Housing Development, our City Attorney, and so many others who gave their time, expertise, and guidance. Your leadership and transparency had deepened my understanding of how our city functions and strengthened my commitment to being actively involved in our community. This experience has not only been meaningful, but truly motivating. I look forward with excitement to phase 2 of the Citizens Academy and to continuing to engage in Pinole's civic life in a new and impactful way. Thank you again for this opportunity, and congratulations to all my fellow graduates. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
Good evening, council, mayor, staff. Anyway, something positive. Friends of Pinole Creek Watershed is proud to be part of this very special place in the world, Pinole. We work to make the watershed a better place for all, and we are thankful to collaborate with the city and its citizens to achieve this goal. So today, on behalf of Friends of Pinole Creek Watershed and the hundreds of citizens who have participated in our events and want good for their home, we want to take a moment to recognize some very special City of Pinole staff members. Because without staff commitment, the city's collaboration is essentially meaningless. So first,
I'd like to thank and do a shout out to Kapil Amin. He has been the sustainability project manager. He has spearheaded the climate action and adaptation plan, the single-use plastic ordinance, and he has been very instrumental in working directly with me and the Friends of Pinole Creek on seeking a grant for the Pinole Creekside project. So he's got infectious enthusiasm, a great mind, and really great individual to work with. So thank you.
we have certificates for the 3 people that we're honoring tonight, and we'll show that right afterwards. But second, we would like to thank Maintenance Supervisor Matt Jones. Matt has a long history with the City of Pinole, and he's been incredibly responsive and supportive of the work that Friends of Pinole Creek Watershed does. I remember being kind of intimidated by Matt the first time I met him. He's a big guy. And but I soon came to appreciate his good nature and his desire to serve the community. Matt has always shown up to set up a storage shed for trash cleanup equipment, to drop off mulch to the library native plant garden, to chip the piles of cleared brush, and to provide access to barriers so that Friends of Pinole Creek could safely work in the upper watershed along the roads. Matt is a true public servant, and we are grateful for his help. So thank you, Matt. I did let him know. I think it ended up being a little bit too late, so he's not here, Kapil. And finally, Friends of Pinole Creek Watershed would like to thank City Manager Kelsey Young. Last year, Kelsey wasn't in Pinole even a week before she agreed to join the coastal cleanup event and provide competitive encouragement to volunteers. Her can-do attitude was an inspiration to many. She'll be at it again this year on the 20th, so we hope to see you there. City Manager Young quickly saw the value of Pinole Creek and joined Friends of Pinole Creek Watershed on a tour and conversation.
Thank you. It's 3 minutes per speaker. Maybe we can have another colleague complete.
I've just got one sentence left. So
Great.
let me go ahead. Do I have the mic back?
Yes.
Thank you. So her unfailing, so she tried to deeply understand how the creek is integrated into Pinole life. Her unfailing good spirits, good ideas, and willingness to get her hands dirty has very quickly made her into a staunch Pinole Creek ally. Senior Manager Young, the citizens of Pinole notice. We look forward to seeing Pinole Creekside Park through to completion and many more productive years working together for the good of the watershed and the good of the community.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
These certificates will be given to you, Kelsey, to please pass on.
Thank you. The next speaker is Prem Pariyar, and he has provided a document that I'll distribute to the council.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staffs. My name is Prem Pariyar, and I'm honored to be here today on behalf of our caste-oppressed citizens. I stand before you not only as a community member, but also as someone carrying the lived experiences, struggles, and hope of families who deserve to feel safe and respected in every part of their lives. So caste discrimination is one of the oldest and harshest forms of exclusion in the world. From centuries, caste has dictated who people can marry, where they can live, what jobs they can hold, and even whether they are treated with dignity in public life. While some may assume caste is an issue only in South Asia, the truth is that it exists right here in the United States, including in California, and yes, even in cities like Pinole. Families in our community have reported discrimination in housing, in workplaces, in schools, and even in public spaces. It is painful to know that children are bullied because of their caste, workers are silenced or denied opportunities, and families are excluded from community spaces because of an identity they were born into and cannot change. So this reality is why we are here today. We believe Pinole has a powerful opportunities to lead this with dignity, justice, and inclusion. By ensuring caste is added as protected category, this city will make it clear that no family should live in fear of discrimination, whether it is in the classroom, the workplace, or their neighborhood. So this resolution is not just symbolic, it is a concrete step to ensure equal opportunities and equal protections for all residents. So passing this resolution would also send a broader message that Pinole values diversity, equity, and the contributions of all its communities. It would tell our children that they can grow up free from the shadow of caste bias. It would affirm that for our families, their safety and dignity matter. And it would place Pinole among the growing list of cities and institutions across California and the nation who are courageously standing against caste discrimination. So on behalf of our community, I respectfully and wholeheartedly request that you place the caste resolution on the agenda of an upcoming council meeting. By doing so, you will not only protect vulnerable families, but you will also affirm Pinole's commitment to building a city where everyone, regardless of caste, race, religion, gender, or background, can thrive. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your commitment to creating a city where every family feels safe, respected.
Thank you for your advocacy. And I'll ask for city clerk for contact info. I'll follow up with you on the resolution and details there. So thank you. I appreciate it. Next comment, please.
Thank you. Our next three speakers are Mariela Labrada, Sheila Grist, and Panu Louie.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and everyone present. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to share a bit about my experience as part of the very first cohort of the Pinole Citizen Academy. My name is Mariela Labrada, and I've had the joy of calling Pinole home for the past 4 years. I'm a proud mom to 2 wonderful kids, ages 9 and 13, and as a family, we're absolutely in love with the city. When we were looking to buy a home, we wanted more than just a house. We were looking for a place that offered diversity, a strong sense of community, and a place where we could truly feel like we belong. We found all of that and more in Pinole. I want to start by expressing my heartfelt thanks to all the city staff and department representatives who took the time to present during the academy. I see many of you here. Even after long work days, you stayed late to educate and engage with us. And that didn't go unnoticed. Please know that while you mentioned that you're here to serve, your time, energy, and dedication are greatly appreciated. A big thank you to whoever had the vision to launch this initiative. The Pinole Citizen Academy was an informative and enriching experience. Each session offered valuable insight into how the city operates, the challenges each department faces, and the thoughtful planning behind the services that support our community. It was both educational and empowering, helping us see the bigger picture of how local government works and how residents can play an active role. We gain valuable understanding of the various departments and how they collaborate to make decisions and bring them to life. There were many fascinating takeaways from the experience, but it's hard to capture them all in just a few minutes. This academy also brought together a wonderful mix of residents, from those who've lived here for decades to newcomers like me. That diversity of experiences sparked insightful questions, meaningful conversations, and a deeper understanding of the city we all love and care about. To the city of Pinole, thank you. Your commitment to transparency, accessibility, and inclusion truly showed in every presentation we heard. It's clear that these values aren't just words, they're deeply embedded in how the city operates. You're not simply just checking boxes, you're intentionally fostering trust, connection, and a stronger sense of community. I'm incredibly grateful to have been part of this academy. I genuinely hope there will be more academies in the future, as I've already encouraged several of my fellow Pinole resident friends to sign up for the next one. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your participation.
Hello, council, staff, and audience. I'm here to speak about a little bit of history. I am a history buff. I was on a member of the Pinole Historical Society. I was a board member, and I just want to speak about the city history right now, as in the documents. I was on the city website and found that the City Council and Planning Commission in any documents only go back 5 years. So how can citizens do some kind of homework to get any information on anything that's older than 5 years old, sorry. So I know I was under the impression that we have to do documents, fill out a form to request documents. And if so, it's going to cost. Wouldn't it be easier just to put the documents back on the internet, at least another 10 years worth, so we could help the city out on history of properties, businesses, etc. I'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment.
Hi, good evening, City Council. My name is Pinole Louie. I just want to come introduce myself. I'm the new postmaster of Pinole. So I want to introduce myself to City Council, and then I got involved with the Citizens Academy. I want to show my appreciation for that. Really got to learn a lot. Appreciate the time that all the city members put into it. And I just want to say thank you, and please continue the program for future Pinole citizens. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you. Next comment, City Clerk.
Rafael Menes, followed by Irma Ruport.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Menes. I'm a resident of Pinole, and I have a few topics I'd like to discuss tonight. First off, I'd like to, unfortunately, continue to warn everybody about the risks of COVID-19. I recently, as of July 19th, had to deal with a COVID infection myself. It was a rather unpleasant experience. Had an elevated heart rate for a few days straight. And I'm fortunate that I didn't have any longer-term consequences. I strongly encourage anybody who still can, given the new CDC limitations, to get the latest COVID vaccine, because it's a very much more unpleasant experience getting the infection proper than getting the vaccine, and I can say that now, having done both. Secondly, I would also note that the current rate of COVID-19 spread as measured in the various wastewater tracking points in Contra Costa County is very high, and that for the state as a whole, it's also quite high and has only started to level off slightly as of the past week. So I would strongly encourage, again, everybody to get the booster shot if they haven't, certainly to get vaccinated if they haven't, and to wear masks in crowded indoor and outdoor spaces as a precaution. The third topic I'd like to discuss a bit is basically around the logistics of the Citizens Academy, but I'm not sure whether this is the appropriate point to do so or whether after the presentation the council is going to be holding later would be. Could the mayor clarify?
Can you please repeat the question, sir?
I have some comments on basically the logistics around the Citizens Academy. Would this be the appropriate time to bring up that point, or would after the presentation be better?
You'd be free to comment on the presentation as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think I'll reserve my comments
Thank
on
you.
that topic for the presentation then. And finally, I'd like to talk a bit about gerrymandering. I know that a lot of people say that basically we need to fight back. There needs to be an eye for an eye. That if Texas or the Republican Party wants to undermine the foundations of democracy by gerrymandering so only people of a certain political affiliation are able to elect the representatives that they choose, that the only action that California can take is to retaliate in kind, to undermine our hard-won independent electoral system. I disagree. I would strongly encourage all eligible voters to vote against Prop 50 because we don't save democracy by undermining the foundations of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council staff, and public again. Mayor, I just want to thank you. Last month, there was some graffiti put up all over the city targeting you, Mayor, and about the roads. I just want to say thank you for your professionalism, how you acted, and the interviews that you gave the channel television stations. And I just want to say, where was our TV station? Where were our reporting? We dropped the ball. When a council member, mayor is targeted, let me say it, each one of you is targeted. The issue was, Mayor, you've only been here 3 years, and the problems are not just yours. Let's take a break and start rising above and handling like we should do, and be who we are. And I'm really, really disappointed in the city staff for not putting it on TV and acknowledging the fact that they're targeting our mayor, whom had nothing about the roads. It's all of us. We let the taxpayers down. Previous council members, all of us. So when we target one, we target all of us. And the other thing I want to say is August the 19th, when the city manager decided to cancel the meeting for the city council, there was an Amber Schwartz birthday for our missing kidnapped child way back. Amber Schwartz. The reason, this is a history of why we adjourned the meeting every night. Amber Schwartz, 1988. Her birthday was August 19th. Not a word from the city, not even advertisement or anything. So I'm telling you, Mayor, we got to get our act together here. A lot of the citizens were not told, weren't aware. And if you see me concerned and mad, I'm pissed. And I'm pissed for people that had only been here a year or 2 years. Get your act together. Because this is not right. And all the events that you're having, with the whole month delaying issues that the city should be taking care of, you don't suspend the whole month of council meetings. We have issues in the city we need to take care of, and start taking care of them now and not tomorrow. And no one person's in charge. Mayor, you and the council are in charge. We, the taxpayers, elect you. And any of you staffers can go anytime. And I just want to say about the Texas legislation, I think California's doing the right thing. Pass 50.
Thank you. City Clerk, any comments in person or online?
Yes, Kirk Wong, and he has provided a document for the council as well.
Hello, my name's Kirk Wong, and I appreciate the City Council reviewing what I have to say. I'm a resident of 2401 San Pablo Avenue. It's a 24-unit building, mixed use, 5 commercial units on the bottom. Okay. Most recently, the tenants was presented with utility charges. I want to call it to the attention of City Council that it was a 17% increase, which is quite substantial if you take a look at it from a variance point of view. It's important to know that the building was built 15 plus years ago. And at the time the building was built, when the tenants and commercial tenants signed leases back then, water and garbage was included. Okay, it wasn't until 2022 that water and garbage was charged to the tenants. Okay, I gave Heather a copy of the invoices for you to review, and on the invoices, if you take a look at it, there's a $395 charge handling fee, and if you look at the bottom of the invoice, okay, if a tenant is late on paying their utility bill, there's a $10 increase. Okay, so that's what was subjected to the tenants, for which most recently 4 tenants moved out. Okay, so I just want to call it to the attention of City Council of the machinations of what's going on with the property management of the property. When I saw the 17% increase in utilities, and mind you, that's, if you look at it, it's a 14% bump, okay? And so a lot of people would just say, well, it's just $14, okay? But if you look at it from a business point of view, okay, and variance and all that, a 17% bump is substantial, okay? Most recently, I found out that the 5 commercial units down below, they're not being billed for water and garbage, okay? And I want to call it to the attention of the city council that, what's that? Oh,
You can go ahead.
oh okay.
The sentence, please.
When I saw the 17% increase, I contacted the property management company for which I requested a reconciliation of the charges, okay? And I want to call it to the attention of the city council that Redwood Utility Billing Services started billing the tenants in 2022, okay? And really, by law, okay, they should provide a reconciliation to the tenants annually.
Thank you. And I'll get your contact from city clerk. I'll follow up with you and also inquire with the city attorney about what you're asking about. So thank you for coming here tonight. And
I'll be speaking to you, Mayor, or what?
yes, and I'll be happy to direct you to staff as well if needed. Thank you very much. All right. City clerk, any other public comments?
There are no more public comments.
Thank you. With that being said, we'll move on to item 7, reports and communications. I'll start out with my mayor's report first off. I hope everybody had a good August break and ready to be back here in September. This past month, attended a few of my committee meetings, including the Contra Costa Mayor's Conference, and also attended a meeting with Congressman Garamendi, his staff, and leaders in the transportation sector. And that's some folks from the West Contra Costa Transportation Commission, as well as some folks from Caltrans and MTC, to discuss updates on the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge, everything from toll prices to repairs and maintenance and bike access. And if I could summarize that meeting in sort of a succinct way, drivers will experience a slight increase in tolls in the future to pay for significant repairs for the bridge. And there has been some talks about completely replacing the bridge or just making significant repairs. It would cost an incredible amount of money to completely repair or to replace the bridge. And so a lot of the funding from the increased toll prices will go into paying for significant repairs to make sure that it's safe for drivers. And there will be some bike access on the bridge. On Monday to Thursday, the protected bike lane that we now see right now, it's going to be closed as an aspect of these developments. Moving forward, this will require staff to sort of like move barriers for bike lanes. So what's going to happen is Monday to Thursday, the bike lanes will be closed, and there will be a bike shuttle to help riders from Monday to Thursday to get from one part of the bridge to the next. From Friday to Sunday, the barriers will be in place, and that will allow folks to safely ride from Richmond and San Rafael. I, as well as other folks from the commission and part of the meeting, asked questions about that aspect. I think residents should know about what the costs are associated with the bike access. So this would be, it would require staff to move barriers for bike lanes twice a week, as well as to operate the bike shuttle, and that would cost approximately $1.5 million per year to do. So I just want to bring it to residents' attention about developments on the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge and the repairs needed, as well as some of the discussion going on about bike access. When I was on the West Contra Costa Transportation Commission, we did, in 2023, 2024, formally adopt a resolution making sure that we tell leaders in transportation that we did not support any limitation of bike access on the bridge, that it should be open 24/7, that bicyclists can go and experience safe ridership on the bridge throughout the week. So this move wasn't exactly that, but it is sort of a middle ground there. So want to report that out. As well as, I think just every single week in 2025, we've been experiencing a lot in the news, a lot of movement from the federal government. And so I just want to say a special thank you to our chief of police, who has been doing an amazing job in looking into some of the federal immigration sightings here in Pinole. From time to time, residents will come to me or other members of the council and report sightings of federal immigration enforcement. And so it's really important that before we post things on social media and talk to our friends about potential ICE sightings or things that might happen in our city, to keep coming forward to members of the city council, as well as to feel comfortable coming to our staff, our police department. And they've been doing a wonderful job looking into each situation and confirming if those sightings were in fact real or not. And to date, there have not been any confirmed ICE sightings here in Pinole or I believe in West County at all. So that's my report. With that being said, I'll move on to item 7B, which is mayoral and council appointments. We have none, so we'll move on to 7C, city council committee reports and communications, and we'll start with Mayor Pro Tem.
Welcome back, everybody. I don't have much to report, but I did want to say happy birthday to Barbara Tave, who is 77 years old, who is my mom. And other than that, nothing to report. Just glad to be back and back on council with everybody.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilor Murphy.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate being back on council and just having a break of my own for my own birthday. So it's been nice to have some time away. But then again, I know we have a lot of work. I do, of course, have a report this evening and wanted to start off, of course, with the most recent report of attending. This past week, I had the privilege of attending our city's first art walk. Definitely wanted to extend my gratitude to the City of Pinole team, as well as the small businesses and the many local artists who made this event successful. So many folks were put to work on this event and did an amazing job. Definitely wanted to uplift Uptown Yard, East Bay Coffee, and Diosa Restaurant for just being great partners in this. Events like this really highlight the creativity and vibrancy of our community. So it was great to talk to residents out there. And again, thank you to all the partners that made that possible. As always, I always like to give an update about some of the work I'm doing on our committees representing Pinole. The first is, of course, on MCE. This Friday afternoon, our committee will meet to discuss important developments in our energy portfolio. As the chair of MCE's technical committee, which basically is fun work that means I help to ensure our communities like Pinole have a strong voice in how we shape our clean energy future. This Friday afternoon, our technical committee will be meeting, and we will be discussing a proposed renewable power purchase agreement for an 80 megawatt wind facility right here in the East Bay, particularly in Alameda County. The impact of this is huge. This facility, and if this renewable power purchase agreement is approved, this will be enough to power nearly 40,000 homes across our residents in MCE's jurisdiction. That equates to about 167 megawatt hours of renewable energy, which if you're very much like most people wouldn't know anything, you probably just, what you need to remember is we are able to power 40,000 homes across the East Bay through this proposed power purchase agreement. And so this is a huge project that could be a major step forward in advancing our local renewable energy generation goals, but also our state's energy goals. And so just wanted to encourage residents to continue to email me and ask questions if you have any. But if you need any more details or updates, please visit mcecleanenergy.org. That's where all the additional agenda and minute meetings notes are available to you because this is a public agency and we work for you. That being said, I always hear, even during the August recess, a number of residents who have issues in the community. I'm sorry that those issues are happening and that you're experiencing issues in our city, whether it's a maintenance problem, a safety concern, or another matter. I want to encourage you to continue to email myself, city staff, but also we have worked very, very hard, at least during my time on council since 2020, to make a website that is interactive. And so if you are paying attention and you are dealing with any issue in Pinole, I want to encourage you to go to pinole.gov. There you can, on the right-hand side, report a problem if you want to. The direct website is pinole.gov/services/contact us/report a problem, but it's probably easier for you to go to pinole.gov, and on that right side of the screen, it'll say report a problem. Our staff has done a tremendous job at making sure that website is interactive and easy for you to report the problems you have, and also submit service requests that you see around our city. So I just wanted to make sure to encourage folks to do that. I always appreciate residents emailing me, of course, and try to get back as much as possible, but it always is much better for us to kind of use the processes and procedures we've developed as a city to make that possible. So I'd say do both if you can, and at least one if you're dealing with an issue. Also wanted to say shout out to the mayor. I know you serve and represent us on WestCat. I thought this would be in your report, so I'm going to say it only because, but for those who may not be familiar, the Lynx bus is WestCat's express commuter bus that runs between Hercules, Pinole, and San Francisco. It's been a vital transit link for West Contra Costa County residents, including myself. When I first graduated from college and came to live in Pinole, I was taking the Lynx bus every day. It has helped thousands of commuters get to and from work quickly and affordably without having to drive. And so this year, WestCat is celebrating the 20 years of Lynx service by offering 20 days of free rides on all Lynx bus routes. That's from September 1st, which, as you know, has started, through September 29th, 2025. So if you haven't tried the Lynx bus, guess what? This is the perfect opportunity for you to go to San Francisco. But this is also a perfect opportunity for you to connect with a product that is available to you in connecting our community to San Francisco for 2 decades. So congratulations to WestCat, and I'm glad that we're still strengthening that Lynx bus service. Wanted to also, in addition, talk a little bit about economic development in our city. Of course, wanted to welcome Saki, a new all-you-can-eat sushi restaurant located on 1361 Fitzgerald Drive. If you didn't know, Pinole is literally at the height of business and economic development right now. We continue to see so many businesses coming in, and of course, we have some great residents who love supporting local businesses. So if you are a resident who likes sushi like me, I do miss the Santa Monica sushi that I used to go to. You can go to Saki now, right here in Pinole. The old Outback is now Saki. So really exciting to have that in Pinole and welcome them to here. And also just wanted to say that there is a huge endeavor right now at the state level on many different bills, as you know, and 2 bills in particular that I just wanted to uplift that have been discussed in my work at the East Bay Economic Development Alliance, of which I represent the Contra Costa mayors on, is Assembly Bill 265. Assembly Bill 265 creates a $100 million small business and nonprofit recovery fund, offering grants from $2,500 up to $100,000 to help businesses and nonprofits impacted by emergencies. They do require a match fund, but they also include funding for technical assistance and requires some additional reporting requirements. But again, this is kind of what we saw with the CARES Act as well as ARPA in terms of supporting directly businesses and nonprofits with recovery. So definitely would love to, am excited to see that move through the state legislature. And then Senate Bill 587 is another bill that I've spoken to local businesses about, which is and hoping that the California legislature really moves it forward. But that bill offers income tax credits to manufacturers for local sales and use taxes paid on equipment used in manufacturing and research and development. So if this were to pass, this incentive would support more job creation and, of course, keep California manufacturing competitive. And so just wanted to uplift those bills if folks in the audience and watching at home were interested in talking to our state assembly members and state senators to make sure that we, again, focus a little bit more on economic development and how we help our local businesses. And I'll continue to serve on the East Bay Economic Development Alliance representing the Contra Costa mayors, but of course bring back in any reports as much as possible and updates that matter most to Pinole residents. Last but not least, just wanted to encourage folks to attend next week's West Contra Costa Unified School District session. This is, for folks who don't know, the West Contra Costa Unified School District is holding a series of listening sessions so that residents can share ideas, feedback, and priorities with district leadership. As you all know, I tend to work with our trustee, Jamila Smith-Fodes, every year to go across our Pinole school campuses, meet with the principals and some of the students just to talk about some of the issues that connect our city and our schools. Well, this is a great opportunity for you to do that without having to go too far. There will be 5 one-hour sessions, one for each trustee area. Sessions are open to the public and, of course, can be attended in person and virtually. Our Area 1 session, which includes most of Pinole, Hercules, and a piece of Richmond, will take place next Tuesday, September 9th from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. at the Pinole Valley High School in the cafeteria. So for parents, you can check your Parent Square messages, and for everyone else who is an invested interest, you can look at the district social media or their website. This is a very, very important session. As you know, as some folks know, we just received and appointed a new superintendent too. So this is going to be one of her ways of kind of interacting with our local community, and just want to really encourage you all to do that. So of course, always, I want to thank our residents for continuing to engage and raise their voices and invest in our community's future. I'll continue to serve you on Pinole City Council, and if you have any questions or comments or concerns, you can always email me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy. I'll add one thing to my report. I forgot to report out, and I think Councilor Thomas will talk more about this, but I was happy to attend the 45th birthday rally for Amber Swartz in Amber Swartz Park, and was proud to stand with staff and some of my colleagues to talk about that investigation, and sort of just our commitment to making sure we don't ever stop looking for Amber Swartz in Pinole. And so just want to thank Kim Swartz, who came down from Oregon and drove down here many hours to be with our community and to make sure we keep pushing for justice. So thank you to everybody there. Councilmember Thomas.
Yes, thank you. My report starts in July, since we had a recess of council meetings in August, which, just FYI, that was agreed to by all the council members to take August off. I attended the ribbon cutting for Club Pilates, which is a Pilates studio at the Trader Joe's shopping center. Also in July, I attended the East Bay Wildfire Coalition of Governments, where we received a report from East Bay Regional Park District on their efforts for wildfire resilience. Their next meeting will be September 24th in El Cerrito. I also attended the ribbon cutting for the Berkeley Humane Society, along with some of the other council members, and they are co-located at the PetSmart in Pinole off of Fitzgerald. As mentioned by the mayor, I attended the birthday recognition for Amber Swartz. Her birthday was marked, her 45th birthday was marked in August, on August 19th. And I would like to thank staff, both Fiona and the city manager, for being able to attend at last minute, with a last minute notice. I was able to notify them the Friday before, and they were able to get Pinole TV to attend. And that made it a really nice event, and hopefully they will have some, put some video together on that event. I was able to attend the very end of one of the Citizens Academy classes, and I wanted to recognize that all the work of staff, as was mentioned previously, I kind of sat in the back and observed their discussions and their presentations, and was really proud that we are creating some more active citizens that are very eager to participate. Last Friday, I attended the Art Walk, which was very successful. The sidewalks were filled, businesses were filled. It was a great event. So thanks to staff for putting that together. And then just a note that on Friday, I'll be attending the East Bay Regional Communications System, JPA meeting. That's held in Pleasanton every other month. And that's where all of the public safety personnel are on a coordinated radio system. This group came out of the Oakland Hills fire, where it was, discovered that, different agencies had were on different frequencies and unable to communicate. So that is resolved with the system that we have now. So that is the end of my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Thoms. And just a reminder to folks in the audience here, we want to make sure this is a civilized forum for all of our community members. And so I would say just Reminder to abstain from talking during, I think, just general discussion with the council. We allow up to 3 minutes per member of the community to be in public comment, as well as to comment on any really agenda items we have. I should be cutting that off at 3 minutes pursuant to procedures, but I do understand that there are some accessibility issues, as well as just some folks who've been waiting quite some time to comment. I want to be respectful of that, but I think in return, just to make sure we maintain that level of respect in our forum here. We'll go to Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, please.
Thank you, Mayor Sasai. The recess that we had in August to not have two council meetings was certainly agreed to by the council, and I personally welcome that nice break. But I know that staff did not fully have a break, because during the time when we don't have meetings, it means that there is other planning and administrative business that has to be taken care of. In August, as you all have heard, the Citizens Academy took place. There was also a workshop related to general plan that was held later in the month, or most recently, later in the month in August. And so those are the kinds of things that just don't happen overnight. There needs to be great preparation in order for that kind of service to be well delivered to members who participate. Excuse me. Councilmember Murphy mentioned the website that has provides a lot of means to communicate with the city for different services, and I'd like to echo that, as well as encourage residents who don't yet have on their cell phones the City of Pinole app to download that. It's a free app that also provides means to find out what events are happening around town, as well as to receive alerts and other pieces of information that are important. And I always encourage that residents receive information that has already been vetted and for which there is a basis to even have it delivered to the public. So thank you in advance for downloading that City of Pinole app. However, your Android or iPhone can access your app store. The City of Pinole app is a free app, so just look for the city seal and download that, and then you'll be one more resident who can be informed in that means. I participated in a number of community-related events. Some of them have already been mentioned by colleagues. Among these was a manifestation of partnership that occurred between the Berkeley Humane Society and PetSmart to now provide accessible and affordable clinical care to pet companions. And so at the PetSmart located on Fitzgerald Drive, there is now a service that, as Councilmember Thoms mentioned, that is another clinical resource for people with pets. The recognition event that was held for Amber Swartz, I want to thank the family and all community members who supported the family by participating or attending there alongside Kim Swartz, and help in the support of just being there in a neighborly way to help with the ongoing grief that is due to a loss of a family member, in this case, a kidnapping that occurred in 1988, and for which now our police department is making additional efforts to investigate. So thank you all, and thank you PPD for doing that, and PCTV as well for recording the event, as we probably will see at some point if it's not already there. Some of the snippets from that event. And the art walk that was held last week was a nice presentation of how businesses and local artisans can work together. And I want to thank City Manager's Office for staff available to spearhead that. And hopefully we'll see more of that taking on form with more involvement from the businesses to continue promoting themselves with the inclusion of local artisans and artists. So shout out to Praj Bandari, because I understand he had much to do with it, from the City Manager's Office, and of course City Manager Kelsey Young for having us experience that first, or a return to art, and a first art walk of its kind here in Pinole. I think of when I visit other cities, and I like to attend events that are conducted by cities and to get a feel for what Pinole might be like. Having these events not only supports our businesses, brings out community members, but also continues to manifest the kind of community sense that an earlier speaker talked about, where one finds a sense of inclusion, a sense of entertainment in a fun way, and also gets to meet informally some of the staff and or some of the council members as we stroll along with the residents, because we are residents, we are your neighbors. So thank you, staff, for and everyone involved in putting that art walk on. And that is it for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Move on to item 7D, council requests for future agenda items. Any requests from council?
I do have a few, Mayor.
Go ahead,
Thank
please.
you. Thank you. Actually, I have two, but I think one is just a question. So I just wanted to ask the city manager or city attorney about the status about the commercial cannabis work, as well as the future financial workshop that's been discussed. Can you give a report out about that real quick? Just basically when's the meeting and where you all are at with that.
Yes. So we are planning on bringing the debt financing forward in October on that October agenda meeting.
Okay.
We are also hoping to schedule a financial workshop sometime in October as well. That date is still pending, but we'll be getting that out as soon as we can.
Gotcha.
So we do need to get that on the books. As far as the cannabis discussion, is that also October?
Through the chair, it's currently scheduled for November 4th for a presentation to the council.
Okay. November 4th is an election day. Are you all aware of that date?
It's the first city council meeting in November.
Okay.
That's the plan for it, so.
Okay, wonderful. Just want to make sure. Thank you for that update. The two items that I'd like to make a motion on is to move for a future discussion and potential action on whether to pursue placing a measure before the voters regarding the direct election of a mayor in the city of Pinole. I know the city attorney has created a memo about that in the past, but I'd like that to come back to council at a future date this year, before the end of the year.
Thank you. I'll second the request. Any comments from council? And we want to make sure we limit discussions on the actual item and just talk about agendizing of this, but it's something to consider when we have that discussion. So any comments, questions? If not, we'll bring it to a vote. City Clerk, please call roll.
Councilmember Toms?
No.
Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Sasai?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And my second item, earlier this year, we received a great presentation about our banner program. We've done a tremendous amount of work, but I would like to bring back a discussion and take additional steps on that and potential opportunities for a city banner program that might include an additional appropriation.
Sounds good. And that's a motion to have an agenda item for discussion of that.
Basically bringing the item back to council, yeah.
All right, thank you. I'll second that. Any comments, questions?
Just a question, a banner program?
I think you were at the council meeting when we talked about the banner program, maybe?
But
You may want to circle back to the city manager about that.
but the banners, can you just remind me where?
Sure, ask the city manager, not me.
So if we could just clarify, because I think there's two banner programs going on.
Sure.
So one would be potentially having different sponsors. Can I answer this as part of this question? Yeah. Okay, great. Would be having potential sponsors for banners that are going out. And the other one would be to honor veterans and other members of our community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion and second, and we'll call the roll. City Clerk, please.
Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Yeah, I'm still unclear on which banner program we're voting for. Both of those that City Manager Young mentioned that would be presented to us. If that is the case, then my vote is yes.
On the motion on the floor, was that a yes vote? Councilor Martinez Rubin?
If the banner programs that City Manager Young mentioned are the both that are going to be presented, yes.
Okay, City Clerk, are we clear on that, or do you need more clarification on
At
this
this
process?
point, I would can we clarify that that's true for the?
So the motion is to bring back the discussion that we had before about the banner program and to take additional steps and find potential opportunities for an expanded city banners program. So that's the motion. Is that clear, City Clerk Bell?
It's just that I'm not familiar with the context. There's two being referenced. So is the answer to her question yes, that it's both programs included? I'm sorry, I do need help with the clarification here.
So we have a city banner program established.
Okay.
The motion as stated is to discuss that and take potential action to move
Understood.
and expand that. Is that clear, City Clerk Bell?
Well, it's just that the yes vote was conditioned. So can we ask the council member again for her vote now that it's been clarified? Is that okay, Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, I would ask Councilmember Murphy to clarify which banner program has been established without needing to ask the city manager for it. He seems to be clear on that.
So I'm going to go back to the city manager because she made the presentation around the banner program before. So can you explain the banner program that we currently have and the potential of expansion for the banner program?
So the banner program is, to the best of my recollection, is still under finalization.
Mm-hmm.
So we could bring that back with some potential options, including the two directions that I mentioned, if that would be the direction that council would like to go.
Thank you. So I'm not sure I can express more. I don't know about the council members' vote.
Yeah, you can include that both programs are going to be presented.
Mayor, point of order. The vote has been called, and I believe we're looking for a affirmative or a negative. The motion is on the floor. I would just ask that we continue with the city's business.
Thank you. Point taken. And was that a yes vote, Councilor Martinez-Rubin?
No, it's a no vote.
Okay. City Clerk.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Tave?
Yes.
And Mayor Sasai?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Any other requests, Councilmember Murphy?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other requests from the council? If there's none, I do have one request. And so we're fresh out of Labor Day. And also this Saturday is the 60th anniversary of the Delano grape strike. And so I think it's appropriate for me to request a proclamation for the council to have this year to declare October 25th as Larry Itliong Day. And so lots of folks, I think, talk about Cesar Chavez, Lourdes Huerta when it comes to the labor movement. It's important to understand that there was also a lot of Filipino farm workers who organized to make that possible in the Central Valley in California. So my request is to have a proclamation for October 25th as Larry Itliong Day.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any questions, discussion? With none, City Clerk Bell, please call roll.
Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Sasai?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We'll move ahead to item 70, City Manager's Report. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you, and I'll make this fairly quick. So we have a survey out about the safety and health and environmental justice elements. So if community members can please take a look for that and go ahead and take that, we'd appreciate it. I want to thank staff for the general plan workshop as well as for all the community members who were able to attend. We didn't get quite as many attendees as I think we were hoping for, but we do appreciate those who are there. But the general plan is a really exciting development for our city, and having that is it really ends up providing the direction for a lot of what we do. So we hope to continue to see interest in that. We had our first PAL workshop, which was very successful, and we will have the second PAL workshop on this Thursday from noon to 1 p.m. at the Senior Center. It is hosted by Keith Marks on what may need a building permit and what doesn't. So if you're thinking of doing any type of home renovations, we recommend you check it out. The art walk was successful, and I want to thank everyone who joined and made it a success. I also want to send a shout out to Praj in the city manager's office. Thank you very much for all your hard work. And I want to thank the Pinole artisans and all the businesses who attended, as well as the staff and council members who were able to attend. The coastal cleanup is on September 20th. I hope to see many of you there. I will be buying coffee again for those who pick up more garbage than I do, and I will do my best to still defend my crown there. Not that I won, but I came close. School is in session, and the days are starting to get shorter and darker. we do ask that everyone drive with care and please adhere to the new speed limit signs. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to.
I was going to ask a question.
Sure, please go ahead.
Sorry, Mayor. I was going to say, I know that August just passed. City Manager Young, do you have a report on the public works and operations of our city? We've asked her that before.
So I do not have that right with me, but I will have that sent out.
Okay, and then can you just give the report to the public by the next meeting?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Item 7F, Mr. City Attorney, please go ahead.
Nothing to report at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any City Clerk, any public comments on item 7?
No public comments.
Right. Thank you so much. With that being said, we'll move on to item 8, which is proclamations and presentations. Now we have 4 proclamations, and we will start with World Suicide Prevention Day and Suicide Prevention Week, and we'll read it out loud. World Suicide Prevention Day, September 10, 2025. Suicide Prevention Week, September 8 through 14, 2025. Whereas World Suicide Prevention Day, WSPD, celebrated annually on the 10th of September, is organized by the International Association for Suicide Prevention, IASP, and endorsed by the World Health Organization, WHO. And
whereas Suicide Prevention Week is dedicated to the role everyone in our community can play in preventing suicide. Whereas the event represents a global commitment to focus attention on suicide prevention. And
whereas the triennial theme for World Suicide Prevention Day for 2024-2026 is changing the narrative on suicide with the call to action, start the conversation. And whereas this theme aims to raise awareness about the importance of reducing stigma and encouraging open conversations to prevent suicides. And
whereas this theme also emphasizes the need to prioritize suicide prevention and mental health in policymaking, calling for government action. And
whereas the City of Pinole honors educators, health and mental health professionals, first responders, care providers, community organizations, friends, and family members for their dedication and commitment to suicide prevention, and for activities that reduce risk and encourage healing after a suicide death. And
now, therefore, I, Cameron Sasai, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim September 10, 2025 as World Suicide Prevention Day and September 8 through 14, 2025 as Suicide Prevention Week in the City of Pinole. Thank you, everybody. And if you or anyone that you know is experiencing crisis or might be having suicidal thoughts, I really do urge you to direct them to calling 988. It's 988, or visiting 988california.org. And the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline provides confidential emotional support to people in suicidal crisis or emotional distress 24 hours a day, 7 days a week across the United States. And 988, again, is available via call, text, or online chat. The next proclamation that we have for today is Rosh Hashanah, September 22 to 24, 2025. Whereas the name Rosh Hashanah means literally head of the year or first of the year, Rosh Hashanah is commonly known as the Jewish New Year, and whereas this 2-day festival marks the anniversary of human creation and the special relationship between humans and God, the Creator, and
whereas Rosh Hashanah begins with the sounding of the shofar, an instrument made of a ram's horn proclaiming God as King of the universe, just as a trumpet would be sounded at a king's coronation. And
whereas the sound of the shofar is also a call to repentance, to wake up and re-examine our commitment to God and correct our ways. Thus begins the 10 days of repentance, which ends with Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement. And
whereas during this time, further introspection takes place. Other positive ways to use this time for spiritual enrichment is to pray, perform charitable deeds, acts of loving kindness, seek forgiveness and reconciliation with others. And
whereas it is said that one's actions between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur can change God's judgments towards us into blessings. And whereas Rosh Hashanah
is often celebrated with special foods like apples dipped in honey, which symbolizes the hope of a sweet year to come. And
now, therefore, I, Cameron Sassai, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim September 22 to 24, 2025 as Rosh Hashanah in the City of Pinole. Happy Rosh Hashanah, everybody. Next proclamation we have is Constitution Day, September 17, 2025. Whereas Constitution Day commemorates the formation and signing of the U.S. Constitution on September 17, 1787, and
whereas September 17, 2025 marks the 238th anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention. It has guided our growth, shaped our progress, and defined us as a nation of sacred laws and fundamental values. And
whereas the events that led to the signing of the Constitution of the United States of America by the delegates of the Constitutional Convention on September 17, 1787, have significance for every American and are honored across the nation on September 17th as Constitution Day. And
whereas it is vitally important that the terms, conditions, and meaning of the Constitution be fully understood by all citizens, that we may uphold, protect, and defend it against possible infringement. And
whereas every anniversary of the Constitution provides a historic opportunity for all Americans to learn about and to reflect upon the rights and privileges of citizenship and its responsibilities. And
now, therefore, I, Cameron Sassai, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim September 17, 2025 as Constitution Day in the City of Pinole and encourage all citizens to celebrate Constitution Day through activities, learning, and demonstrations of love for the United States of America. Happy Constitution Day. Yes. And last but not least, we have Building Staff Appreciation Day, September 1, 2025. Whereas Building Staff Appreciation Day is celebrated every 1st of September, and whereas building codes trace back to 1758 BC, when King Hammurabi of Babylon engraved the first known construction standards into stone, and the United States to 1625, when fire safety ordinances were enacted to prevent devastating urban fires. And
whereas the early 20th century brought new national standards, beginning with the first U.S. Model Building Code in 1905, and accelerated by the tragic 1911 Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire, which spurred sweeping reforms in fire protection, workplace safety, and egress that continue to shape modern codes. And whereas by 1940, regional code organizations consolidated into what's now the International Code Council, ICC, ensuring consistent building safety standards nationwide. And
whereas the City of Pinole's building division is led by a chief building official and supported by a building inspector and 2 permit technicians, a small but highly dedicated team that serves our entire community. And whereas the building staff of the City of Pinole safeguard the community by ensuring that growth, investment, and renewal are built on a foundation of safety and resilience, protecting our homes, businesses, and infrastructure in both everyday life and times of disaster. And
whereas in fiscal year 2024-2025, our team conducted more than 2,800 inspections and issued 731 permits, representing over $19 million in construction value and covering projects ranging from structural, plumbing, electrical, and mechanical work to pools, fences, signs, accessory buildings, decks, patios, windows, and roofing. And
whereas the building staff of the City of Pinole safeguard the community by ensuring that growth, investment, and renewal are built on a foundation of safety and resilience, protecting our homes, businesses, infrastructure in both everyday life and times of disaster. And whereas through meticulous attention to detail, ongoing professional training, and deep care for the Pinole community, the building staff upholds the highest standards of building code compliance and public service, and
Now, therefore, I, Cameron Desai, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim September 1, 2025 as Building Staff Appreciation Day in the City of Pinole. I encourage all residents to recognize and celebrate the hard work, expertise, and dedication of our building staff who play a vital role in keeping Pinole safe, strong, and thriving. Happy Building Staff Appreciation Day, everybody. And we have a beautiful proclamation here with us today. Here it is. And I wanted to invite Director Lily Whalen on behalf of her staff to come up and take a picture with the council as well as to say a few words. But Director Whalen has been an incredible staff member and treasured leader in Pinole, has led our city through really great environmental regulations as well as making sure we as a council and city meet our housing goals, and eventually became a pro-housing designated city in the state of California. So thank you, Director Whalen. We'll have a picture with you. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor and Council, for recognizing the staff of the building division. They are truly a very small but very mighty team. And what I love about this proclamation is their deep care for the Pinole community. It's completely true. So I am so blessed to have such an amazing staff as well. I did get a request to talk a little bit about, if I can, it has to do with this item because the chief building official will be leading a workshop this Thursday at the Pinole Senior Center from noon to 1 about what needs a permit and what doesn't need a permit, specifically focused on seniors and aging in place. So we are recording those workshops. We'll be putting them on PCTV and on the website as well. So please attend if you can.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, any public comments on the proclamations for this evening?
There are no public comments.
Thank you. With that being said, we're actually going to take a quick 5-minute recess and be back for a presentation, item 8B1 on Citizens Academy. So thank you so much. Right, just checking if we have our audio on. The time is 8:56. We will now reconvene our public meeting. And so with that being said, we will move on to our only presentation for this evening, item 8B1 on Citizens Academy, and I'll pass it to staff.
All right, thank you. Good evening. So this is fairly quick, with the hopes too that we can then open it up to any questions that you have. So as you all heard tonight, we had our first Citizens Academy. So go ahead and do the next slide. So just a little bit of background. This was initially approved by council as a community engagement initiative in 2022, which is on our website. And the idea, it was originally called Residents Academy, which is a nice name. It ended up kind of going into Citizens Academy as it was discussed a little bit more. And then, as you all know, it was part of the city manager goal was given to me when I first started. We followed the structure considered to often be successful by other cities, where we had it open to everyone. Anybody who was a community member of Pinole was more than welcome to sign up. Registration was limited, so we did cap it at 30 applicants, and then we started a wait list for those that wanted to come in. They are all in-person sessions because that way we can have ongoing discussions and answer questions. And limited enrollment because we do want to be heavily focused on answering those questions and being able to have those discussions. I will say that this particular session, every single session ran over, so we'll talk about that a little bit more. So there was some really great discussion, but I think as we are moving forward, we'll need to restructure it a little bit in order to be able to have those discussions within the time frame. So next slide. So just a quick comparison of other cities around us that have similar structures. There are a lot of citizen police academies, but there are only a few, like just citizen academies. So we compared to those. So there's Vallejo and Alameda, as well as American Canyon. All of them are in person. They varied from 6 to 11 sessions, which is significantly longer than ours. All of them had limited space, and most of them had maximum participants that ranged between 20 to 30 participants. The American Canyon one actually ended with something that's really cool, where they had a capstone community project that the graduates did in order to give back to the community. So that might be something we want to consider in the future as well. Next slide. So just a recap. A recap, Afraid of Attend. We had 30 community members sign up. We also had 4 staff members attend, and anybody who was an employee were allowed to join. I will point out that this was something for them in their free time. Nobody was paid to do that, so they chose to do so after hours. And then all of the executive team presented. Not all of the executive team was present for the entire Citizens Academy. They were mostly just there for the time that they presented, but some, when they could, chose to attend just because it was an enjoyable event, I would say, and it was nice to be a part of. Next slide. So we covered the following topics: budget, CIP projects, road projects, communication, human resources, city clerks. We talked a little bit about the commissions. We talked about code enforcement, affordable housing, economic development, the role of city attorney, how ordinances come about, difference between public and private property, and quite a bit more. So I'm not going to read everybody, but these were our attendees. And I will, if you look at the last 4 ones, those were our city staff members who were also able to attend. So survey responses. So For the most part, our survey responses were really good. So we had that over 70% considered it to be excellent, 10% very good, and 20% good. So we want to hopefully get closer to more excellent as it continues on. So we'll continue to follow up on that. You can see at the bottom, it's small and in pink, but 100% of yes, are you interested in participating in an advanced Citizens Academy class? So currently what we're thinking about doing is having a second Citizens Academy class, and then after that holding an advanced Citizens Academy class and drawing from both of those classes attendees. Then, how helpful did you find the presentation and binder materials in understanding the workings of the City of Pinole? I will say that our binders, our print was a little bit small, so that was a takeaway from us the next time to make it a little bit better. But even so, we still had about 90% saying it was very helpful or extremely helpful. So we were pleased with that. And then we just had lots of great comments, as you also heard tonight. All right, next slide. So we ended up with 21 citizen graduates. It was required to attend all sessions in order to be a graduate, and you had to take a final exam. So, so it definitely created a lot of engagement. We did have our 4 Pinole staff graduates. Now we have our Citizens Academy course materials already developed, so should we decide to move forward with additional sessions of Citizens Academy, all of that is already developed. We would just repackage it, refresh it a little bit with the feedback that we get, and move forward. In order to like I said, to go ahead and finish and graduate, you did have to take a final exam. Those with the very, very top scores became our star ambassadors. But everybody we now consider to be a citizen ambassador, because part of the goal is to take the messages and the things that they learned and continue to share it out into the community and spread the awareness and the education. A PDF of all the slides are available on the website for if anybody wants to go ahead and take a look. It is the slides, but it gives you the basic curriculum and the outlines with the hope that it will whet people's appetite enough to go ahead and register for upcoming cohorts of Citizens Academy. Next slide. Oh, yay. Can we turn up the sound, or is there sound? Yes. There should be music. Thank you, Dave. All right, so there's a little video coming, but hopefully soon. Oh, here we go.
Hi, my name is Jim Julian, and I just wanted to say how appreciative I am of the city manager and her team for putting this academy together. I think it is an incredible way to bring information directly to those citizens that want to learn more about how Pinole is run, how it operates on a day-to-day basis, and how it looks forward to the future while holding the past firmly in its grip, so it learns and it coalesces all those things into where we are going as a community. Thank you very much.
And I learned so much. I've never been involved with the city. I've lived here for 26 years, but this is my first time. Now I know how the police functions, how the city functions.
Hi, I'm Pinole Louie. I'm the postmaster of Pinole, and I've just attended Citizens Academy. It has been a great experience. I've learned a lot about local and city government. And I've met a lot of great people, a lot of great information from the city manager and chief of police, head of HR. And everybody's been really great, very welcoming, and offering a lot of good information.
My name is Muriel Rollins, and I was happy to sign up for the Citizens Academy. And boy, have I learned a lot about how well our city is run and the multiple people who just give above and beyond in making sure everything gets done, and who I'm confident have good skills that'll bring us into the future.
Thank you for making the sound go. Next slide. So there are a couple things that we're going to be looking at for next time, should we move forward. One is, like I mentioned, everything went over, and there tended to be a lot of additional questions. So probably expanding it from 3 sessions to 4, possibly even 5 sessions. This would also give a little bit more time for potential activities and so forth. Another thing that would be really nice if we could do it next time would be to have the graduation piece be public and have council in attendance, so that you all could give out the certificates, because I think that graduates would really enjoy that. There's also options to potentially have a materials fee of about $25 per person if we want to have snacks, or to have additional booklets. And then, like I mentioned, potentially considering an advanced course or part 2, because there has been a lot of interest in that. All right, and next slide. That's it. So like I said, I told you I'd keep it short, so just wanted to open it up to any questions that you all might have.
Thank you. We'll bring it to questions of council. Any questions? Checking online, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, is there any, has her hand raised at all? City Clerk?
No.
No. Okay, with that being said, we'll go to public comment. City Clerk Bell, any public comments for this presentation?
Yes. Actually, Mayor, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin did just raise her hand.
Okay, yes, we'll go to Councilmember Martinez-Rubin first, please. Go ahead.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, you're muted.
Thank you. I appreciated the presentation. You know, it's congratulations on getting some of those testimonials from satisfied participants. I was wondering about the theme in the questions that seem to have your sessions go beyond their regular time. What types of questions that people ask? I noticed too that it was intentional not to have content about the governance of the city, and I wondered about your comments related to that. And then I think I missed something. What made an ambassador a star ambassador? So those are my 3 questions.
All right, thank you. So the star ambassador was for those who scored 100% or very close to it on the final exam. And so they were our top scores of the final exam, as well as those that had attended all 3 sessions. Then going back, and forgive me if I miss any of your questions, the type of questions that we heard from the community ranged on everything. So particularly though on the topics that we were already discussing. So for example, when we had Chief Clavoon here and she was talking about the police department, there just tended to be a lot of questions about the number of officers we had and how we could have more traffic officers, and just a lot of questions that we often hear in the community, but very focused on the type of topics that we had been discussing. So we did briefly talk about governance. We talked about the fact that we're a general law city and a council manager form of government. And that was in sort of the introductory session. So if you want to take a look at any of the items that we put in there, that was in there. But a lot of it was really focused on general operations and going into, it was a very much attendee directed, with us having the framework in place to put our presentations together.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from council? If none, we'll go to public comment.
Thank you. Irma Ruport, Rafael Menez, and Sheila Grist.
Thank you, Mayor, council staff, and public again. Mayor, I emailed the city manager a week before, and apparently it was full. 30 people were already chosen. I was hoping to come in with one of my neighbors. This is a room that seats over 100, and she only said 30 were selected. And she did, I have her email. Her email said no PCTV and no council members. How was it that one showed up and the others didn't? When someone shows up and she says, no, you can't come, obviously, I asked her, I was going to be here because I figured at least if I could stand out there. She says, you can't come. So my problem with this is when you host something like this, we have PCTV here. All this information is valid. I'm not against something like this. But you're talking about disabled people, seniors that can't make it in here, handicap or whatever the case might be, they can't make it. And you are deliberately omitting that class of people that can't make it. I resent the fact that you select 30 out of 19,000 people. You came from a city half the size of our city. You cannot function with just a small amount of people. And I resent the fact that this information, sure, it's valid, but it's very controlled. The narrative is controlled. And I think a lot of times, if you have some deep questions and other questions, we could have been able to submit it. Who knows what they did with 30 people and what they said. Again, PCTV in this room, if we're not going to utilize that resource, I will continue to insist, get rid of it, because we're not utilizing it to the max. Several events gone on, and I resent the fact that the city manager is holding this city underwater and not being transparent like it should be. And again, I don't like it when council members contradict themselves, and again, I don't like it when people don't come back and trust on the taxpayers that voted for you, and that's why you're here. So remember us next election. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment.
Sure. Good evening again. Mayor, council staff, members of the public, my name is Rafael Menez, resident of Pinole. And I've got a few questions sort of related to the structure of this event and potential future events. Basically, it seems like there's sort of two core functions of this academy. One function is staff explaining to the community various things about how the city runs and operates, the purposes of various departments, various rules and laws, and so on and so forth. And then the other half of it is citizens asking questions, both about the topics discussed. And I assume there were at least some questions that were not necessarily about the topics discussed, but that were still broadly related to the functioning of the city as a whole. I'm wondering whether there might be some way to basically separate out those two so there can be sort of like a City of Pinole 101 course or something that can be broadcast more broadly, as well as maybe a hybrid in-person and online sort of Q&A session. So that way you're not dealing with space limitations and constraints as much, but you can also have access to a broader range of the public than just those who can make it in person, or who can make it in person but just don't make it within the physical limitations of the space. I'm not sure why the academy was limited to 30 people, and I noticed that apparently there was about a 30% drop-off between an initial enrollment and final graduation. But I suspect that if a more hybrid approach was available, that there might have been a higher graduation rate. Let's see. Something else. with regards to basically the costs of running this event, I think it might be helpful to have a more detailed breakdown before the city decides, whether and what to charge for future events. I would also note that charging any amount for this sort of event in the future would inevitably exclude, lower income members of the community who simply couldn't afford to attend and who might be able to. And finally, I guess there's a question of timing. I know that I wasn't able to attend any of the Academy events because they were scheduled during my work hours. And I know that 5 to 6:30 is typically not during work hours for most people, but is there, how is scheduling done for the Academy and how is scheduling planned for the future, basically? Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment.
Hi, I'm Sheila. Hello, council, staff, and public. I want to ditto both of Irma and Raphael's comments, so I don't really need to say anything, except for especially the breakdown on the cost. And I think it was $50,000 to allocate for this, and then we charged, I found it on the website. Then we charged people $25 a piece. Was that including the whole binder, the whole stuff they had to take home? Plus another thing, since I have little time here. If they ask questions and the answers were given, might be a good idea to maybe publish those sometime. That way the same answers will not be repeated over and over at each session. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, any comments in person or online?
Yes, we do have Anthony Vosbrink online.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, my name's Anthony, senior citizen, resident of Pinole over 50 years or close to that. I echo pretty much most of all of what the last three speakers had said as far as constructive comments to improve this program, but I quite myself, I didn't seem to be notified till the last minute by someone's email, and I didn't see where it was publicly promoted or advertised with any kind of detail regarding RSVPs, advanced registration and or reservations required as such, versus it'd be nice to have a RSVP or a reservation, and it needed to be more succinct and clearly spelled out in advance. And if you're going to spend that kind of money, you have the high-paid staffers that's supposed to know how to support a program like this, making over $100,000 to $200,000 a year. But then you're going to turn around and after the first or second session, you want to stick the attendees with a $25 fee. Isn't it a little late to put the cart before the horse in that sense, or the horse behind the cart? I think that all should have been planned and thought out in advance, and have clear-cut goals and objectives that were publicized to the general public, because I and other people couldn't attend. I went down there thinking I could attend, but there were two doorkeepers there. They said, if you're not signed up in advance and your name's not on this
Sir, you have 45 seconds.
There's no way you're going to be able to get in or even listen in. You know, they should let people maybe sit in the back and just listen if they went through the trouble to prepare to go there. And I just think it's not clear, like I said, what the objective of the city was. It seems somewhat political or politicized, that maybe they're trying to use it as a recruitment arm for some type of volunteership or something else. And a lot of the people there, I think, were commercial type people that had either businesses in the city or they were affiliated with public or government jobs rather than.
Thank you. City Clerk, any other comments?
There are no more public comments.
Thank you. Another reminder to the audience, if you have any comments, please say that in your public comment section. We want to make sure we have decorum in our chambers here. And so another reminder, we don't want to have to call another recess. So with that being said, we will move on to any other comments from council. Councilor Thoms.
Yeah, I have a comment. The Citizens Academy was publicized through several channels, and it was limited so that there could be discussion here in the chambers. I asked because I did sit in the back during the last session for about the last hour just to observe, because I did hear some criticism of the program like we heard today. So I wanted to, observe. And I did that, and I did notice that there was good discussion. And I did ask the city manager that if they, were to find out from other participants, would they be as eager to participate if they were on TV with those discussions? Because I think because it was a smaller group, I think that fostered a lot of personal discussion. I would not be opposed to having the presentations recorded. I think that would be useful. I also want to note that I don't believe that there was a charge for materials. That is an idea that came up for future. Now, if, I think everyone here has their laptop in front of them, so we don't necessarily need to have a binder. So if it's a matter of, cost savings, we could have, all the presentation material online to avoid that cost. So basically, those are my comments. We can make changes for next time, but I think that the first Citizens Academy was very successful, and there was a good group of people that participated, and they were very happy. And we'll see that they're eager to participate in various commissions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from council members? Sure.
Thank you. Just a quick clarification. No one was charged, and we actually wouldn't have even needed a $25 material fee for this. The overall cost of this was very minimal. We used materials we already had. We just printed out the slides, and it was from primarily the executive team, and none of this actually took even that much time. So there was the $50,000 that you may have seen on the website. That was when we were initially discussing the types of programs that the city might like to see happen should we have additional Measure I funds. And that $50,000 was just a guesstimate for a far more robust program than what we ended up moving forward with, because we were trying to be good stewards of the budget. So thank you.
Thanks. I want to check online if Councilor Martinez-Rubin has her hand raised. I'm seeing no from Deputy City Clerk Snone.
No, she does not.
Thank you. I just want to comment here. Just congratulations on the program. It's, in my other work, I do civic engagement work with the community, and so it's really important for citizens to understand what it means to be a part of city government, how to engage with staff and council, and understand the inner workings of City Hall. And so, yes, I have been notified that there's been quite a few of the folks from Citizens Academy who actually applied to our commission, so I would say that's a big win. I think, I think what the citizens are talking about right now is more like transparency in terms of what happened in the program, and so of course commend Councilor Thoms for being there and present. I wasn't able to attend the sessions, but would it be possible, City Manager, if you could forward to us maybe the slides of the presentations for the council?
Absolutely, and they're already on the website.
Great. Would you mind forwarding a link to the council as well?
No, we'd be happy to do that.
Thank
Absolutely.
you so much. Any other comments from the council? If not, we will move on to our next item, item 9, consent calendar. I have a quick note about items 9D and 9E. Agenda item 9D is to approve an amendment to the employment agreement for the city manager, and agenda item 9E is to approve an amendment to the employment agreement for the city clerk. Pursuant to the Government Code Section 54953, C3, agenda items 9D and 9E are recommendations to provide the city manager and the city clerk with 3% cost of living adjustments in accordance with their employment agreements. These items have a fiscal impact of $3,078 to the general fund, as the city clerk's cost of living adjustments was not incorporated into the fiscal year 25-26 budget. So, City Clerk, do we have any public comments on the consent calendar?
Rafael Menes.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, and the public. My name is Rafael Menes, resident of Pinole. Most of my comments on the consent calendar I made in writing in advance of the meeting and have already been shared with council and responded to by staff. And I'd like to thank staff for taking the time to respond to my written questions. But I also have a follow-up question with regards to the item the mayor just discussed, items 9D and 9E. Basically, it was noted that the city manager's cost of living increase was accounted for in the budget and the city clerk's cost of living increase wasn't. And I'm curious as to basically which was the intended outcome, like in the systems that the finance department staff have set up. Was it intended that it basically be, because it was linked and it was negotiated at the time of the budget, that there was a 3% cost of living increase for the ASME bargaining unit, that it should have triggered for both the city clerk and the city manager? Or was it an error that the city manager was automatically done and it should have been held out separately like the city clerk's item is now? Because I get that they're two separate things, but I'm not sure basically what way it was supposed to go, and I'd like some clarification on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments, City Clerk?
There are no more public comments.
And Mr. Menes, we'll have staff get back to you if they can as well about your question. We'll bring it to council. Any items to pull or any motions?
I'll move approval of the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any comments, questions? If not, City Clerk Bell, please call roll.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Sasai.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. That'll conclude item 9, consent calendar. Move on to item 10, public hearings. And tonight we have item 10A, which is adopting a resolution confirming the assessments and ordering the levy for the Pinole Valley Road Landscape and Lighting Assessment District for fiscal year 25-26. City Clerk Bell mentioned earlier that we will have to continue this item to our next City Council meeting. And so we will need a motion to continue the public hearing with a date certain of September 16.
So moved. Second.
All right. Someone has to buy someone else a Coke. Motion and second. Any discussion? If none, City Clerk Bell, please call roll.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Sasai.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. With that being said, we will now move on to item 11 and 12. There's no old or new business. So we'll go to item 13, which is the last citizens to be heard for folks who did not comment on the first public comment period. City Clerk, any comments?
Yes, we have Anthony Vosbrink online. Mr. Vosbrink, are you able to unmute yourself?
Hello,
Yes, go ahead.
are you there?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I had a few things to ask the city council and the staff and city manager. Most of them are around our quality of life in Pinole, our public health and safety questions or issues. And try not to cut me off, Mayor Sasai. I know you extended the previous person in chambers an extra 30 seconds to finish their thought or their sentence or two on different occasions. But I think when you cut public off like that in the middle of a sentence, it's very rude and it's not very professional. And under the Brown Act, you're discriminating against one public member of the community versus another. And maybe it's because you can't see me or I'm not able to come down into the chambers and not leave the podium there. But anyway, I wanted to ask the city council and one or two members, I think you know who they are more than I do. What was the June, July expense budget for travel expense and training that was a check cut by Roy Swargen to the number of something like over 5,000, close to either side of $5,000 for one or two members. Can we get an updated report on that to see where they went, what they did, what they learned, to report back to the city of Pinole, the community, our taxpayer, and the people that you should be reporting to, number one. The other question I had was more or less around city maintenance, our parks, the public bathrooms along all
Sir,
of
you
our
have
public
45
city
seconds.
park bathrooms, the timers have been off. And I mentioned that to several people calling in to an assistant staffer, someone there in public, a councilman, a city manager, etc., several times. But it's still like an hour to an hour and a half or two behind the 1/2 hour before sunrise and 1/2 hour after sunset. They're all locking up early on the public when it's still sunny out. That can be taken care of. And what's being done down at Bayfront Park to harden the security around the poor lady that got attacked brutally, or couple, Miss Farah from El Sobrani, because it's been over 3 months.
Thank you, Mr. Vosspring, and I encourage you to put your questions in writing to staff, and feel free to copy members of the council as well. City Clerk Bell, any other comments?
There are no more public comments.
Thank you. With that being said, before we end tonight, I wanted to share a special adjournment. So this past month, Mr. Ricky De Los Reyes passed away. He was a treasured member of our Pinole community, as well as a very involved member of our St. Joseph Church community as well. He volunteered often with the school and church, often taking photos, videos, and live streaming church services and special events. And this is a statement from the St. Joseph Church that they released, which I think is a great recognition of his spirit and contributions. Ricky was a cheerful giver of his time, talent, and treasure. He was someone with a big heart, and he did so much for St. Joseph Church. Ricky was here in City Hall when I first took my oath and signed my papers to run for this office. And I, like so many people in the community, have been so blessed to know him and to know how incredibly loving and generous that he was. So tonight we'll close out and adjourn the meeting to the regular City Council meeting of September 16th in remembrance of Amber Swartz and Ricky De Los Reyes. Have a good evening.